Okay, are we good? We're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome. It's Monday. We're loading into Pantheon. I think there's a Windows update I'm supposed to do, so it might take a minute for us to get into the client. Anyhow, I hope you guys are doing well. I don't think we'll be on Crush Shippers this evening. I think these guys want to do their mid-teens, so we're going to be on the Necromancer. Where's my Necro? Right there. I know. I didn't realize. I forgot I had him here to call bodies. Yeah, it's because I'm not in group at the moment, but I'm in AVP, so if you want to shoot an invite. This will be interesting. I'm getting there. I'm running. I see orange. Orange, you glad I see orange? Hey, Vec, what's happening? If you hide from the PoE boss, you'll lose your street cred. So, funny thing about that, I ended the stream last night. I couldn't let it go. 2 pulls later, we got him. I felt pretty good. I went to bed with a smile. It's pretty good. Just took 2 pulls, just took a bit of focus. Need proof? I thought, I mean, I had stopped the stream, and I don't do local recording, or at least I haven't for a while, so unfortunately I don't have the proof. But I can tell you that we're further along now. We're into the next act. Yep. I don't see the mez. Do I get it by 18? You wouldn't happen to know the name of it. What? So it looks like I must have missed the level 7 spells, because I don't have Crippling Terror. Sure, I'll go back to town. Yeah, up the ramp next to the monks. There it is there. How did I miss that? I better go through and make sure I didn't miss anything else. Nope, got everything. Oh, my patience. Patience, patience, patience. Gonna need patience tonight, chat. taunts off. Okay. no worries. Dot. Yeah. The same issue in this game in some biomes. Buzzing, flying mosquito sound makes me uncomfortable. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Actually, I want that up, yeah. It's nice to see Dots crit on the tick. Excuse me. We'll have to start a Pantheon Anonymous. And that's just on one account? I own 4. No. So self-damage doesn't count for... Wreck attack hits 41. 25 cold damage? Oh, the weapon procs on the pet too? Yo. I didn't know that. Cool. Take it. Iron Sheik, Killer Kowalski. Ads are coming. Ads are coming. I mean, isn't it impossible to move and cast at the same time? Am I wrong? Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay. I was enthroned fast. Oh, yeah, I was helping a couple people with item transfers. What do you mean people were telling on me? Oh, I might have had that. Oh, yeah, after I was done with the item transfers, I just minimized the game. I was catching up on Peacemaker. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the finale. The DC superhero, John Cena plays the character. He's part of the DC movie TV universe. Yeah, it's phenomenal. I was at work this afternoon and I got to listen to about an hour and a half of Joppa's stream today. And you guys know my opinion on mounts, and for those who don't, I don't like them, don't want them, game doesn't need them. Anyhow, he made a comment about how they were working on the mounts, and he answered a couple of viewers and said that the mounts were supposed to be faster than Spirit of the Wolf. Now, hang on. So then about an hour later, he was addressed the mounts again, and he said the mounts are going to have a stability stat, which would make sense. Mobs have a chance to knock you off. But if you're moving faster than Spirit of the Wolf, nothing is going to hit you to knock you off your mount. Like, I was dumbfounded after he said that. I'm like, great, so now people are going to be speeding all over the place. Nobody's going to get rooted, jumped, sniped, nothing, and it's going to be dumb. Krushnek's big ass at 15 can run through AVP with Spirit of the Wolf and nothing touches him. If I pick a location, I can run there. I shouldn't be able to do that. Spiders should be all over my ass. I am not a fan of the easiness. I showed my stream the other night. I can run from Demeth to Eastern Plains, running around Silent Plains in about 16-17 minutes. Like, we don't need mounts. What do you mean overwriting? Whose spells do I overwrite? I am. Oh, I died. It's been a while since I've been on this guy. I forgot to recast it. Yep. Same thing will happen here. That might actually make sense because I'm pretty sure there's a part of BRK that has some snow you can see in the distance. Yeah. I got it. Haha, that's me ripping aggro. We have a weaver behind it. Okay. Guys. It's okay, I got it. How you guys in chat doing? You guys good? What's going on? Anybody tuning in to drop a stream this evening or this afternoon? Any cool information besides, well, Mounts is not cool. Any cool information? Oh my god. Necromancers are the greatest class in the game. Necromancers are the greatest. You see what I just did there? Did you guys see what I just did with the Necromancer? I stopped that Harvester from doing everything. Nope. 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 This is broken. This is broken. This is broken. Nope. Nope. What? This needs to fix this. Fix this. Fix this. Fix this. VR, are you seeing this? Fix this. Nope. Oh, it didn't work that time. Oh, he's iron-willed. That's why. Okay, I get it. Alright, chat, we got a challenge. Anything that's not iron-willed, our job is to block every ability. Every single one. This is insane. I mean, it's hectic on my mana. I'm gonna have to med back. But if this is the case, and I can lock down a mod, that's wild. That's wild. We'll wait for the next harvester. I need to get some mana back. That's like, that's ridiculous. Here's a widower. Okay, ambush. Oh, wrong skill. Wrong skill. Nope. 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 I now firmly believe every necromancer that I've grouped with that has never used their mez because they said they don't want to be a CC'er has no idea how to play their class. No idea. That's hilarious. We're not going to do it for every mob. I realize I'm burning through some mana and I really should apply my dots, but harvesters are getting it. I'm not letting harvesters get anything off. Nope. 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 You know what's going to happen? The healer's going to say, I've had an amazing time healing you. It's like you've hardly taken any damage. The tank is going to think they're pretty invincible, and I'm going to be back here laughing just because I'm jumping and interrupting everything these things throw at us. That's not right. That's not right. A person shouldn't be able to do that. I mean, can I do that on a named, I wonder? Like, the Pally has full health and full mana. They haven't had, like, they haven't had to do anything. There's a harvester right there. Where's Call of the Brood? Nope. 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 Wait a minute, how'd the hatchlings get out? Hey Ninja, the support classes could do fun stuff in this game? Yes. 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 Necromancer. Allie's almost dead. There we go. See, this is what you got to do, chat. You got to experiment. You got to get to know your class. This is hilarious that I'm just figuring this out now. It does kill your mana, though. As long as I stop the ambush, that's the important thing. That is hilarious. And the Necro's the only class in the game that can do that. Anybody starts yapping. I saw people today in Joppa's stream talking about how the Necro needed work and the Rogue needed work and this needed work and that needed work, and I saw it with my own eyes, and I've told you guys 1,000 times. At this point in the game, none of the classes need any work done. They all do phenomenal. Just get better at learning your class. Period. That's all there is to it. These classes don't need any more of anything up to level 40. They're good. They're all good. The only ones that aren't are the Summoner, the Enchanter, and the Wizard, and they're being worked on right now. Everybody else is golden. They have been for months. But so many people were complaining the classes were still not working, still needed work. I saw the Monk reference today. As I said, the Rogue, the Necromancer, the Paladin. I don't understand what people are doing, man. I mean, I don't mean offense if you're one of the ones that says that such and such a class needs work. They don't. They're all fine. They're all phenomenal. They've all killed everything in the game. 10 people play the same class 10 different ways. You couldn't ask for anything more. I gotta watch the next harvester we pull. One of the harvesters got their ads off, and I gotta figure out, maybe I didn't let it sit long enough, or maybe I missed it. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to pull this either. 2.24. Wreck attack dealt 52 physical damage and then 56 physical damage afterwards. So bash hit for 52, his melee hit for 56. That's fantastic. He didn't get a single ambush off. Oh, this is genius. I'm a genius. How many times have I said I'm a genius? It's a joke, of course. Maybe. Could be. Might be a little bit of truth to it. Just a little bit. I'm a genius. Orange nameplates, my friend. Orange nameplates. Unless you're colorblind, in which case, no offense, but orange nameplates. Someone just noticed that that harvester tried to summon its ads like 3 times. I'm not going to say anything. That's all your boy right here. Not all just space between here. To, to anybody that says the necromancer needs work, chat, now you guys know that by definition, I'm sorry, but the necromancer's overpowered. you you heard it here first. I might start a campaign to get the necromancer nerfed. So, anybody out there talk about how the necromancer needs work, I don't play a necromancer. Get better. That's insane. That's insane. I can lock down a target? Dude, that shouldn't be possible by anybody. Well, except maybe an enchanter, I guess. I need to get into, like, Helnirs, or I need to even level this guy up to get into Hangor and test it on certain Hangor mobs. This is insane. You shouldn't be able to do that. I'd almost want to test 2 Necros in a group. I shouldn't say that because I don't play a necromancer. I'm still on lockout. But as far as I'm concerned, the necromancer's overpowered. The paladin and the necromancer are overpowered. And then 50 Cent, he just came in. Down on the ground there. And then Bob's will be back in a second. Okay. I mean, you can't tell me that that's not overpowered. The fact that I can shut down a mob? Dude. What's it do? You gonna turn around and say nothing? Oh, gotcha. Is it self-only? Nope, you were never invited. Fiddy's AFK for a second. Excuse me. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're all here. Alright, where is it? There it is. Nope. And it runs. Perfect. You won't be able to miss. My pet's just standing. My pet's not attacking. That's weird. What's happening? Oh, his animation's just busted. Never mind. It'll fix after this fight. Hey, Mr. Pizzles. Dude. What's going on, man? How you been? Yeah, this is about it. I mean, you know, after the experience with our former group mate, I was like, okay, I can't do it anymore. So I decided not to do it. And I know you've been off. I think you were playing some other stuff too, so that was good to see. But I want nothing to do with that individual. We don't got to talk about it, but nope. That's why I stopped coming around. But what have you been up to? What's going on? You had to give it a break. Yeah, that situation didn't say it. It goes without saying. There were a few other experiences that happened that had nothing to do with me, but other people, and I was like, okay, cool. But thankfully, I found some more people to hang out with, because I know you were in Monsters and Memories. I think you and I forget his name. What was the druid's name? Why do I have aggro? Damn it. Hey, look, I do miss hanging out, man. But after that experience, it just wasn't the same. It wasn't happening. So I was like, you know what? I don't need that. I appreciated hanging out with you guys. You guys were never the issue. But I hope you understand that. But I wasn't gonna hang around if that individual was gonna be there. I can't. I got no time for that nonsense. And I figured you all were good friends since you guys, you know, were with each other before I came along. So I was like, I'm not gonna step on any toes. So I'm just gonna stay away. So that's the honest truth. That's what happened. I'd rather do that. Are you planning on coming back to Pantheon at all, or do you think you'll come back to Pantheon during development? I know you said you're ramping up for M&M. Come on, give me my pet. Thank you. Might come back if Java stops changing shit. Dude, I was talking to my stream earlier. Thank you. I was talking with my stream earlier about tuning into a bit of his stream today, and he was talking about mounts. And I'm not a fan of mount. Now, chances are, if he's going to bring him in, I'll probably get one or whatever, because I'll have to show it to the stream, or we'll have to figure out to do it to the stream. But he made one comment at the beginning of his stream about how the mounts are supposed to be faster than Spirit of the Wolf. Now, my whole belief is the environment is dangerous. You need to have your head on your shoulder, or swivel or whatever, when you're moving through the world. That was the whole selling point for me for this game. If you give somebody Spirit of the Wolf, they can run past all the aggro in the game. I know because Krushnek has done it. With that said, about an hour later, hour and a half later, before I stopped listening because I had to go home, he mentioned that the mounts were going to have a stability stat, meaning that you were going to get knocked off your mount. But how are you going to get knocked off your mount if you're outrunning all the environment, right? Like, something's not right there. And then I watched viewers talk about how classes were still broken and needed work. They were complaining about the Necromancer, the Rogue, the Monk, the Paladin. They're all fine. They're all fine. The classes work. All the classes have killed everything in the game. The classes work. Like, people still complaining. People still want their class to be the top DPS, period. It's so ridiculous listening to those, or not even listening, reading those people. And yes, I couldn't help it. I know I have the choice to not read, but you can't do that. That's part of the environment. But the fact that they were still complaining about classes being broken when all these classes work fantastic. Fantastic. I don't get people. I don't know if they're trolling. I don't know if they're not catching the game. I don't know if they're not exploring enough to understand how the game works. I have no idea. Rotten to the core? What does that do? Unless you're trying to joust, don't get me started. They work. Stop messing with it and fix them. Yes, bring in the content. Finish the continent, bring in Body Dakara, put in the half dozen dungeons that you say are coming. Apparently, I didn't know this, but little teaser for you guys. Apparently, the bottom of the well in Avelia, that door that's locked is supposed to lead to the sewers that are part of the storyline between Thronefast and Black Rose Keep. So you're actually supposed to travel from under Avelia to Thronefast, the city of Thronefast. I didn't know that. I found out today. Well, I shouldn't say that. AI told me that it existed. Like 2 weeks ago. Just out of the blue. But bring in the content. The classes are fine. Stop messing with the classes. The last 3 classes to get fixed are the Summoner, the Wizard, and the Enchanter. And they're being looked at right now. They've been looked at for like the last month and a half. So they'll get their passes. That will be all 12 or 13 classes with their passes. Then they can worry about the Bard later, but get the continent together. Bring the whole continent in, give us all the content to waste our time so we're not complaining about classes, and then go do your stuff with everything else. Like, I don't understand. Not to mention, I'm positive they still have a fair bit of content that hasn't been transferred over to the Unity engine yet, that they already have done. because they had it available 6 years ago, 7 years ago. They showed content back then that we don't have right now, which means it exists in the old engine. They just haven't converted it to the new engine. And I'm thinking because some of it belongs on a different continent. That's what I'm thinking. Because the Barrow Dark, that cave outside of Valia where the ogres and the Darkmere start, or ogres and dwarves start, the Barrow Dark is supposed to be on Rainfall, which is the other one of the other continents. That's where the Barrow Dark is. It's part of the ogre storyline, the ogre cultural heritage or whatever, but it's on a different continent. Supposed to be. But they had to put it in on this one because they wanted to bring in ogres and dwarves. So rather than start them in Avalia, they just created the Barrow Dark here. But it's supposed to be on another continent, according to the game lore. Did they ever fix the buffs disappearing when you zone? No, buffs are still not persistent. They still disappear when you zone. Now, if you zone with the person who buffed you, they stay. We were in Black Rose Keep last night. We were all buffed. We ported out to AVP, and as long as everybody went out, including the people that buffed us, our buffs stayed. So they stay when you zone out due to teleport if the buffer's with you. But if the buffer's not with you, they go away when you change zones. But you're right, they shouldn't do that. Buffs should be persistent. Oh, he's Iron Robe. Can't do anything. I have a Widower Mezd. I'm gonna get off here, go get the wifey from the airport. Man, you're always welcome to stop by Discord, riff-raff. Ain't around, don't worry. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Buffing thing won't be such a big deal once the zone lines are removed and the world is persistent. Well, it'll still matter to dungeons. Places like Black Rose Keep and Helnir's, as far as I know, will still have zone lines. Zones that are deemed dungeons will still have a loading screen. It's just everything else outside won't. At least that's what Joppa had said last week. He had mentioned last week about how they plan on working it. And dungeon zones will still be behind zone lines, but everything else should be seamless. So you should be able to run straight to 8 from AVP to Avalia to Southern Plains to Eastern Plains with no zone line. Pizzles, man, I can't stop. I've been trying. I've been playing some other, just real quick, I've been playing some other stuff. I've been trying to, I can't. I keep coming back to this game. I'm playing yet another warrior. We're only on the Necromancer tonight because we couldn't find a healer for our other tunes. But we have a healer tomorrow. I'll be back on Krushnek number 7. But anyways, you have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. Although that cave opening looks eerie from here. So in EQ2, when I used to run raids, I had a coercer. So for those who don't know, just a little bit of information about EQ2. EQ2 had subclasses in the game. So the Enchanter class was broken down into the Coercer and the Illusionist. The Coercer had an ability at the high level called Thought Snap. What Thought Snap did was, it grabbed a mob and focused it onto a target. So typically, if the tank loses aggro on a mob due to DPS or overhealing or what have you, the Coercer's another option to get the threat temporarily back on the tank. Well anyways, we had this one Necromancer when we were in Vishan's Peak or whatever who kept messing up this one dragon fight because they kept going AFK, turning their head, whatever. So I would send tells to the Coercer and I say, hey, do me a favor, Thought Snap John Doe, will ya? And they're like, what? I'm not gonna do that. And no, just do that. So he would Thought Snap, bam, the raid mob would go to John. I know it sounds like a dick thing to do, but let me tell you, it happened 3 times. That person did their job from that point forward. It was all a mystery. The only people that knew were myself and the Coercer until long after I'd stopped playing, and then I started telling everybody. But I will be creative at making you step in line. But I would do it all the time. If somebody wasn't doing their job, I'd send a tell and go, hey man, it's a big zone. We can't claim the whole place. Another funny story. So I was a guardian, the main tank or whatever. It's long, that different story. So anyhow, I decided to play a swashbuckler, and we'd gotten to the point where we were like level 90 at the time rating, myself and this other swashbuckler, and we were always competing with each other to try and see who could get to the top of the parse or as close as possible. And I didn't know what I was doing. But one Saturday, we woke up early in the morning, we got online, and we worked for 5.5 hours. We built a macro. So for those who don't know, EQ2 has the best UI, the best macro system, the best everything. Like, over 30 years, nobody's touched EQ2's UI and every game needs it. Anyhow, we designed this one-button macro with 17 abilities based off of all the different cooldowns, and all we did was walk into a raid target and just hit this one button over and over again, and we were 1 and 2 in the parse, almost back and forth for 6 months, and we just hammered one button. That was it. I still have the swashbuckler. Maybe one of these days I'll reinstall EQ2 and I'll show you. But it's a 17-step macro, and dude, it's so silly. Swashbuckler was a phenomenal class. Their initial idea was going to be great when they were going to build it around the round shield, but then when they realized that the scout really shouldn't be like a tank, or for that matter an off tank of sorts, then the whole shield thing, they said, well, we're going to scrap it and just put it towards one-hand specialty. I mean, it could be Easy's message to Zin. I'm Easy Zin. I don't know anything about that, but they're not doing all their homework. So the way it goes, the way tanking goes as far as threat, it's Paladin, Dire Lord, Warrior. However, if you're with just a Warrior, or just a Dire Lord, or just a Paladin, they all hold aggro fine. If it's Paladin, Warrior, even if the Warrior wants to tank, the Paladin has to not use Aegis. If they use Aegis, they're going to get aggro. If they don't use Aegis, they're useless. Dire Lord, if they can't build Phantoms, they're useless, because they can't do all their skills, because all their skills generate the essence they use or what have you. So the 3 tanks work fantastic, but what they need to do, or they don't even need to do this, but what I would like them to do selfishly is find a way to put the warrior so that the warrior can tank if a paladin needs to utility heal, something of the sort. Like, just make it easy so they're interchangeable. Yeah, now, if that's not their plan, that's fine. But the night they implemented the agility patch, or the agility update to the warriors, I ran with 7 other warriors in the server. They all stopped playing. I didn't. That was Wednesday. By Saturday, I was up and running again, no problem, fixed the agility, figured out all my shit, and I've been running ever since. The warrior's phenomenal, but it's the hardest to learn. It's the trickiest tank, but it's a whole lot of fun. These guys are here. These guys are witnesses. These guys will tell you. I don't want to sound like I make jokes all the time about I'm Krushnek and I'm awesome. So, warriors and dire lords. Yeah, go ahead and tag it. The 2 months ago we were raiding Del Taco, or Tel Daedrus, and I saw paladins and dire lords almost come to blows because they kept stealing aggro from each other. They'll always steal aggro from each other. Warrior will never steal aggro from either of them. Just the way threat works. It's just no other way around it. So even on a raid, so the warrior being built around the shield, the warrior's phenomenal for tanking, period. Punish in the shield is fantastic, and once they work out the mechanics for the shield calculation, the warrior will be the best with the shield. However, with that said, the paladin is still going to be, pound for pound, your better tank between that and the dire lord because of the support the paladin has and the fact that a paladin will excel at shield use, whereas a dire lord does not. So you have that to concern yourself with. Now, whether or not a dire lord is out-geared from a paladin, that's a whole different conversation. But if they're geared with the best of what... Right, but gear... That's a work in progress. All they did, they removed the AC calculation. Shield block and shield value are still there, but the AC calculation is gone. So if you had like 500 AC before, you now have 460 or whatever it is. It's not that big of a deal at the end game. Leveling and going through the game, it still looks like they didn't do enough to the gear in the game 1 to 30 to give agility to chain, which is unfortunate. Without leaning towards scout armor, which I'll be honest, a warrior really shouldn't have if they plan on tanking. There's no way someone can say, well, maybe they don't plan the warrior to tank. He's built to use a shield. Shut up. So, right. And as far as the AoE taunt goes for the warrior, it's not meant to be used like Aegis on the paladin or the pull on the dire lord. It's just meant to grab additional aggro on the adds, so if anybody hit it accidentally, the warrior should still be on top. But if someone's wailing on a mob they shouldn't be on and the AoE taunt goes off, if more damage threat was done than threat, the threat's just not going to work. Right. And that AoE taunt only comes up like once every 2 minutes. Like, it's not reliable. It's only meant to be used in crap situations. Even our taunt. They're doing it wrong. Don't listen to dual wield and two hand. They're doing it. Oh my God, they're doing it wrong. They're just doing it wrong. Right. Was it holding aggro? So here's the trick, and I'm about to let this out, and I really shouldn't because I've been keeping it to myself. So with the warrior using the shield, what you want to do is you want to get your shield value or your block value as high as you possibly can with whatever gear you have and food. The tier 3 shield that can be crafted, the kite shield, didn't have the AC removed and has a 500 block value. The raid shield off of Del Taco only has a 322. If you put the tier 3 kite crafted shield on, until they make the final changes for the defense to the warrior, you're coasting. And the reason why is that 500 will allow Punish, which is the warrior's cornerstone ability right now, to proc on the shield a whole lot. It will almost always proc when you need it. People just don't, again, people don't pay attention, they don't do the homework. I am the Pantheon warrior, and I don't mind saying it. I am the warrior. I know everything about them, how to use them. I've killed everything in the game for over 2 years with the warrior. This is my 7th warrior that I'm running with these guys. Like, I am the warrior. The warrior's fine, but the warrior will never be the AoE threat holder that the paladin and the dire lord is. Crushniferous. And there will probably be an 8th one if we ever get to that point, probably in the new year, because I'm guessing we'll probably be in the 40s by January or February. But yeah, the only real thing they need to figure out is what they're going to do about shield AC or shield block. When they get that ironed out, everything will be fine. But the warrior, even the warrior doesn't need any changes. The warrior is working as is. The thing is, people group with paladins, and paladins will put Aegis down and pull multiple mobs and tank them, and it looks pretty straightforward in some cases. So they'll end up grouping with the warrior and expect the warrior to do the same thing, but differently. That's not going to happen. That's not how the class is designed. So, deal with it. Trust me, there will be a lot of warriors playing right now that will get between 30 and 35 and probably stop playing. Because, well, until they get into the Enclave, they're really not going to see any suitable tank gear with agility. And they need agility, because it's your core abilities and all your techniques. Well, chat, now you got one of the secrets out. I might have to delete the VOD. I can't let it get out to everybody. Write it down now. I only played EQ2 briefly at launch. Didn't they have some kind of system where one archetype will start some type of chain? Yay, me. We have ads. No worries, just wanted everybody to be on their toes. Would start some type of chain. Yes, it was called the Heroic Opportunity Wheel, and it was amazing. So let me tell you about the Heroic Opportunity Wheel. The Heroic Opportunity Wheel is where Vanguard got their inspiration for their combo system. The Heroic Opportunity Wheel in EQ2 pretty much started it for any game that uses any sort of combo system, like the Heroic Opportunity Wheel did. And the way that would work is, you would need one or more of the archetypes in the game. So fighter, healer, mage, scout. If you had them in your group, you had the ability to start the Heroic Opportunity Wheel. When the Heroic Opportunity Wheel pops up, it pops up in the bottom right corner, and there are icons in a circle that come up, and they're random. But those icons are mapped to certain abilities on certain archetypes. So for example, the shield icon would be the tank. The dagger icon would be the scout. The fireball would be the mage. The ankh would be the priest. So as these different icons come up, you would have to be able to cycle and hit your corresponding skill that was tied to that symbol, whatever it might be. So as an example, you're a tank and you're in combat. You would hit your heroic opportunity starter, the wheel would pop up, you would get a shield. So you click your block ability. You end up stunning the target. When you do that, if it connects, the wheel will flip and it'll give you a new set of icons. So then let's say the next one is a sword. Well, that's your main attack button. So you hit your main attack button and all of a sudden you do a bleed or something. And then the heroic opportunity would go away. When you do it by yourself, you only have 1 or 2 steps you can do. As you add the archetypes to your group, you open up the heroic opportunity to more combos. If you have 6 people or 5 people in the group and you have all 4 archetypes, but 2 mages, you can do an 8-part heroic opportunity that either does a wicked heal to the entire group or a massive end-of-the-world nuke to whatever you're fighting. Here's the thing. When the heroic opportunity wheel popped up, you only had a certain amount of time to use your skill. This posed a problem. Those that weren't paying attention would just face roll. If you face roll, 9 chances out of 10, your skill is going to be down when it comes up on the heroic opportunity wheel, so you're not going to be able to use it. So you just screwed the whole heroic opportunity wheel for the group, let's say. When the game launched, day 2, I met 5 individuals and we went out into Antonica and we started messing around with the heroic opportunity wheel for the first time. We spent 7.5 hours online. We had flipped the wheel all over the place. We were over the moon with it. I never grouped with those 5 people again, and going forward for pretty much a decade, I could never get a group to use that heroic opportunity wheel. Nobody used it. But if you use that, dude, the game just opened up. You could trigger defensive buffs to the group. You could trigger offensive debuffs to the target you were fighting. There were so many different... I think you can look it up right now. EQ2 Heroic Opportunity System and read about it. And it'll show you all the different combos. To get the big heroic opportunity combos, you had to open with a scout. So if you got everybody in the group, the scout would open up. The scout opens up, a tank ability pops up. The tank hits their tank ability. Then it flips to an option between priest and mage. You get I think it's the bell for the priest and the fireball for the mage. You go to the mage. The mage hits the fireball spell. It flips again. There's a little green coin in the bottom left corner of the heroic opportunity wheel. That's a symbol for the scouts that allows them to flip the wheel if they don't like what the combo is. So you flip the wheel. Then it comes up with 3 options. Mage, priest, tank. Somebody hits it. Then it flips again. It comes up mage, warrior, or mage, fighter, or what have you. You hit it again. Then it'll come up and it might have all 4. So then you got to hit all 4 in order. So the tank will be blinking, and then when the tank hits it, the priest will be blinking, and then the priest hits it, the mage will be blinking, and then the scout will be blinking. And then you open up this giant, I forget what it's called, it's like arcane destruction or arcane annihilation or something. Dude, look, don't get me started. EverQuest 2 was phenomenal in its design. It was horrible at its launch, so a bunch of people just left. They just didn't stick with it. EQ2 got a really bad taste in a lot of gamers' mouths at launch because it was barren. The content wasn't there. The mechanics were there. The content wasn't there. That's a story for... I got stories on stories. EQ2 is still my all-time favorite group dungeon / raiding game ever in 30 years. I've played everything. I've played WoW, I've played... we don't need to go into it. Point is, EQ2 has always been the pinnacle for me for raiding and group dungeons. It's the most technical, the most fun, the most difficult, the most rewarding. Hands down. There's no comparison. None at all. But unfortunately, this many people played it because everybody went to WoW. That's what happened. They dropped the ball. SOE dropped the ball with the launch of EQ2, unfortunately. At least for the first 2 years. After the first 2 years, the game picked up and had a whole bunch of content and was phenomenal. But unfortunately, everybody was already into WoW, so... Do you think you should stack the 48 fire resist jewelry or have this start a dungeon? And lower resist for the dungeon, AB for warrior tanking. I think 48, I think you should have 48. If it's difficult for you to hold aggro with 48, and you feel like you need to put one piece on, I would go one piece and drop your 48 down to whatever it is, 42 or 41 or 39. I would not go lower than that. You need to make it as easy as possible for your healers to keep you up. Don't be that know-it-all that runs in with no resistance, says, I'm going to be perfectly fine, everybody's going to cover me, and it's going to be fantastic. I'm going to defy the designed mechanics of the game, because I know better than they do. Don't be that person. Don't be that person. You'll get a bad name, you'll stop getting groups, people won't want anything to do with you. But as the tank, I would definitely have resists of 39 plus, if you can do it. Fiddy dropped over. Got an ad. We're gonna have 3. Got a widower. I got the widower mezzed. I got one of the widowers mezzed. I still have the widower mezzed. It's in the group now. I'm still mezzing the widower. Weaver, get the Weaver. I got the Widower. I might need a heal. Oh, I think the Widower's immune. Dude, Necromancer's phenomenal. Are you kidding me? Necromancer's Superman. Forget this nonsense. Who's saying Necromancer ain't working? Do better, whoever you are. Do better. Medding up. Good hustle, everybody. When a puller comes in with a massive pull, is the warrior's AoE taunt enough to pull all of it on you so you see? No, it is not. Well, if it's a monk and the monk pulls with his shuriken, that one target might still be active. But if you AoE taunt the other stuff that comes with it, you should get aggro, yes. As long as nobody else does any, meaning no healer puts a bubble on you. Nobody does anything that redirects damage off the tank. When that happens, your AoE taunt's not going to save nothing. It's going to be useless. But if nobody takes any positive action except the puller, and you AoE taunt, you should be able to get the attention of everything except whatever the puller hit. Now, if the puller body pulled and got back to the group, I believe the AoE taunt covers up to, I'm not sure, but I think there's, is it 4 targets? I think there's only 4 targets that it can hold. And then what I would do is, once you've popped it, I would go ahead and the one that you're going to tank, hit your taunt. Well, if we're talking warrior, hit your taunt, then hit your expose, close your expose, then hit your mocking blow. Once you've done at least those 3 moves to the first one, tab over to the next one, turn off your auto attack, hit your taunt refresh, and taunt the second one. That'll give your CC 4 or 5 seconds to try and get stuff cast. If they're too slow, good luck to you. But you should be able to keep at least half of the attention on you, which is more than enough time for CC to do something. Whether it's a mez, whether it's a stun, whether it's a snare, whether it's a trap, whether it's a root. Yes, it can be done. But you really should be careful because the warrior's not built like the paladin. The paladin's designed to hold 3 or 4 mobs at a time, keep himself healed, take the heals from the healers in the group or what have you, and maintain that until things get organized or until you just burn everything down one after the other. But the warrior, unfortunately, is not designed to be an AoE machine. But the warrior is designed to tank like a mofo. I've tanked where Dire Lords and Paladins have died. And I'm not saying anything special about me, I'm just saying the warrior can tank. But as far as group pulls, multiple pulls, you really want to try to avoid them. 1 or 2 is fine. 3 on the outside. 4, that's going to be rough. Out here, for example, 2 spiders will end you. If you get a Weaver and a Widower, you'll get a Weaver to pull everybody one way, you'll get a Widower to teleport behind your healers and DPS and nuke them. So, sometimes AoE anything is not going to matter. But, that's for you to experiment with. And as a tank, as a warrior, you have to pay attention to who's in your group, as far as class goes, and how they're performing. That will tell you what kind of pulls you can make. You can't just assume you can pull whatever and your group will handle it. Unfortunately, you cannot do that. I haven't been able to do that. You won't be able to do that. So don't get yourself beat up if there's bad pulls and the group dies. It's not the tank's fault. It's just people need to get better at pulling. People need to understand the social mechanic, the investigation. There's a reason There's a reason every aggro mob in the game has an investigative behavior, because it's meant to be understood, and a lot of people don't understand investigative behavior. They run in with their pally or their Dialord and just start pulling stuff left and right and thinking everything's invincible and everybody's going to do their job, but everything's going to be Sunday morning with a ham sandwich and no phone calls. But as a warrior, don't make a habit of doing AoE pulls. Don't. Excel at locking down one, if not two mobs, and leave it at that. There's nothing you can do against the Paladin or Dialord. That's the way they're designed. VR is going to have to correct it. What VR is going to have to do, and I don't think they want to, but they're going to have to jack up the amount of threat that the AoE taunt has. But the warrior's not supposed to be an AoE tank, so keep that in mind. It is not supposed to be an AoE tank. I will say this, as someone who is, and I'm going to be honest, and it's going to sound braggadocious, but I'm probably the foremost expert. Sorry, I thought they were talking to me. I like to think I'm pretty much the front-running warrior, period. The most knowledge, the most experience, the most play. I've killed everything in the game. I've grouped with all different types of classes. I know it sounds braggadocious. I don't mean it to sound it, but that's the way it is. And if you've been here long enough, you know that's how it is. You've seen what I've done. With that said, the warrior's not supposed to be an AoE tank. If they want to increase the amount of threat on the AoE taunt, I guess they could do that, because it already has like a 2-minute cooldown. So it's not like you can use it 10 seconds later. Once it's used, you have to wait till it comes up again. They could probably increase the AoE taunt a bit, but for someone to say it's broken, I don't believe it's broken. And now that we've been talking about it in stream, I might start testing it tomorrow when we get on Cruciferous. I might even log Krushnek on and try it. Well, I don't want to get in a high-level group with people. Most of them are elitists now. I can't be bothered with that. That's nonsense. That's not enjoying the game. We'll see what happens on Cruciferous. Bang bang. Kapow, kapow, kapow. The EQ1 Bard. Or maybe Shades of Nay. Fall colors, man. Fall colors. Well, Druids, Necromancers, and Shamans came out phenomenal. Necromancers came out during Season 6, so last October. They were phenomenal. From day one, they were phenomenal. That doesn't exist. Hey Raven, what's happening? How you doing? Are they still doing pledge packages? No, you purchase the game outright now. And now would actually be the time to do it, because I believe the game is just, I think it's $40. You can go to pantheonmmo.com or you can go to Steam. But just because they're not taking pledges anymore, this isn't a launched game. We're still in development. So don't make the assumption that it's out and ready and so on. It's not. They're not planning on having a 1.0 until next year. But there's no more pledging. You buy the game outright now. And now's the time to do it because it's the cheapest you're going to get it. I tell everybody, if you plan on playing the game when it launches next year, you should pick the game up now, even if you don't plan on playing during development. Because if you don't plan on playing during development, that's no harm, no foul, but you'll still have the game next year when it comes out. If you don't get it now, I'm fairly certain the game's going to be $15 more, as it should be, so I believe you'll end up paying more. If you're okay with that, you're okay with that, that's fine. But I get a number of people that come in here all the time and they complain about money. I'm telling you, now is the cheapest time to pick up the game. There's no discussion, there's no, like, nobody can bring anything to me. No. Is it hitting something else? Oh, nope, he's over the corpse. I don't know what he's doing there. Oh, somehow my pet stay got... I didn't hit it. I mean, I must have hit it, but I didn't hit it. He's just being selfish. He's like, I've worked myself to the bone. It's time for these yo-yos to do something. I had to do it. He just didn't have the guts to confront us on it. I mean, he figured it's just mindless killing. I took it, though. Ow. Oh, no, that was me. I did take damage. It's the cheapest now and you get unlimited play until launch. That's right, Counter. Exactly. Is it active? The server that we're on is active. So there are not... So, we had 22 servers up until about 3 months ago. Then they did a server merge because... Okay, so... How can I put this? The people that are playing the game today understand that this is a game in development and is not ready. Now, before early access, December, before early access, this many people were playing the game. Hundreds, maybe, during seasons. In December, they took a risk and put the game on Steam. 12,000 people picked the game up on Steam. The people that are playing now are this many. This many, out of this many, know what the game is. This many people should never have been in this game to begin with until it launches. People will come in and complain and troll and cry, Pantheon is dead, population is dead, population's at an all-time low. No, it isn't. Population's got the most dedicated players trying to get this game right for you yo-yos to come in at launch. That's the bottom line, because Krushnek said so. So I'll speak for everybody. But we still get the trolls and the whiners that come on here and talk about population and da-da-da-da. The classes are fantastic. They work. All of them are unique. All of them are unique. The content is there. You've got multiple ways to get from level 1 to 45. I get people come in here all the time still and say, oh, I'm waiting for more content. There's not enough content. Yes, there is. There's plenty of content. I've been doing content for 3 years with this game, and the last 10 months of early access, I've been here almost every day. I have like 10 characters. I've got like a level 50 warrior with best in slot, everything. I've killed everything in the game, for the most part, except maybe 2 names in Mad Run. Point being, the game is fine for a game in development. It's fine. There's content to keep you busy for months. For months. So, that's what you got from me. You can turn around and say, well, I listened to this other influencer or this other streamer and they said this. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I can't control them. But I can tell you that I've probably played this game longer than they have and more consistently. So, I don't know what to tell you. I've grouped with hundreds of people. I've grouped with every class combination you can think of, and I've killed everything in the game multiple times with different class combos. The game is fine. If people are complaining that the game isn't up to working properly, they're not doing enough homework on their class. Trust me. Trust me. You think Necromancer. Oh, Necromancer has a pet. I should have a life tap, and I should maybe debuff disease. Cool. No. That's narrow-minded. The Necromancer is this versatile, but you have to frig around with it. A lot of the classes are like that, and people just don't want to give it the time of day. They're too comfortable with the World of Warcrafts, the Final Fantasies, the Guild Wars 2, the Elder Scrolls Online, where everything is relatively straightforward and in a linear path, so to speak. This game is different. This game takes work. You need to put homework into your class. You can't come in here thinking this is the Warrior or the World of Warcraft Paladin. You can't come in here thinking this is the EverQuest Warrior. You just can't do that. You can't do that. You have to experiment with the classes that are here, and I promise you, if you're a priest type player, you will love the priests. If you're into melee DPS rogues, you'll love the rogue. Like, people just want to complain. I mean, I whine a lot on stream. If you hang out here long enough, I'll probably run you away with some whining and complaining because I seem to be whining about the people that are whining. What are the tank classes? You have the Paladin, the Dire Lord, and the Warrior. You play Mortal... Oh, dude, Mortal Online too. Forget it. Mortal Online, man, that's... dude, I've had some nightmares with Mortal Online. I've had some nightmares. But yeah, tank classes are Paladin, Dire Lord, and Warrior. If you were to give the game a go, and you wanted to try out tanking to get a general idea or the best survivability, I would roll a Paladin. Once you get a Paladin down and you get the understanding of how to tank, how to pull mobs, how to manage your threat, how to heal, how to work with the group, then you could probably switch to a Dire Lord. Dire Lord's a bit more trickier because you have to get practice with what's the word I'm looking for? Focusing your hate. The Dire Lord has a focus system they use for their hate. And then I would save the Warrior for last. The Warrior is the most technical, and as much as I don't like using levels of difficulty like easy, hard, harder, impossible, I will say the Warrior is the trickiest one to get down. Now, I'm a main Warrior. I've had 7 Warriors. I'm playing my 7th Warrior now. I'm not on him tonight, but I'll be on him probably tomorrow or the next night. But I've been through 7 Warriors. I've been doing this a long time. I am the Pantheon Warrior. So I know everything about the Warrior. The Warrior's phenomenal, but you have to do work. You have to do work. If you don't do the work, you're going to suck, you're going to hate the game, you're going to complain, you're going to uninstall, say it's the worst game you ever played, and Bob's your uncle. That is not this game. This game is fantastic, but you have to get good, as the online phrase goes. Not bad. I stopped 6 brood calls and he got 1 off. That's not bad. That's pretty good. I'll take it. Warrior seems still my vibe from what I've seen. So if you want to get a good idea of the Warrior, here's what I would suggest. If you go to YouTube and you search for @Krushnek, so the @ symbol and Krushnek, go to my channel. It's a small channel, but my entire early access playthrough is there. All my VODs from back in December. Everything is there. If you want to see how the Warrior handles, kill some time and watch some of the VODs and you'll see. You'll have to forgive me for whatever whining I do during the stream, but I've gone through it. You can see the whole game off my YouTube channel. So, just a suggestion. but that's the best information you're going to see live, or not live. That's the best recorded information you're going to see about how to use a warrior. Also, if you guys want a lot of information about how the game works, watch my videos. I talk about a lot of stuff in those videos. I talk about the different classes, how they operate, the different dungeons, the zones, the mechanics. I go over everything over the last 10 months. And no, there's no highlights, there's no tailored videos. I don't do that. The stream is just uploaded to YouTube and it's there. So, I don't have 50 hours in the day to do that stuff. I know people who house tunes on 2 different servers, so they would play on this server up until about 11:30 p.m. Eastern, and then go over to Black Moon because it was West Coast, and they would play other tunes over there for 3.5 hours and then call it quits. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. You know, PlanetSide, when it was being developed initially, was supposed to be a sci-fi MMORPG, like EQ with lasers and so on. And then 8 months into development, they did an article, I think, with PC Gamer, and they announced that they decided to scrap those plans and make it a team-based game as to what it is now. But it was going to be a sci-fi MMORPG initially. I had 3 of my best buds. Yeah, I had 3 of my best buds waiting. We were all waiting to jump in to a sci-fi MMORPG like EQ. And then they turned around with this news article, and I remember my buddy called me and he said, did you read the piece? And I said, no. They said, bring up that article. So I read the article, and sure enough, they said that they decided, because of whatever, I'm assuming they didn't have the resources to go through with what they wanted, so they decided to turn it into the team-based game that it is now. I was so disappointed. Age of Conan, yeah. Microsoft MMORPG in the 90s. It was Asheron's Call. Microsoft didn't make it, they published it. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, Asheron's Call was designed or developed by Turbine. Turbine did one of the D&D games, do with the Dreadlocks. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Turbine Entertainment did Asheron's, and then unfortunately it didn't get the population they thought it was going to get, and they couldn't run it any longer. Carrie's here? Hey, welcome back. Still killing a mad run. I would think that a win, right? Better to be the pinched bubble than the aneurysm. So win there, and I guess now you're just gonna have to become a muscle mommy. So you'll have to get some weights and, you know. There you go. Just if. Mind-controlled human. Imagine the spin on this. I was so dedicated to Pantheon that I played Pantheon every single day, and unfortunately it landed me in the hospital. Mind control. Wow, I almost died. People gotta pay... What is going on? Like, people gotta pay attention, man. Chat, those of you that are here, I'm going to give you some wisdom. This is not a cheat to the system. This is wisdom. When you get into a group and you go to a specific area to do some crawling or what have you, pay attention to all the different mob types and what they do. Because I've been playing this game for 10 months in early access. And I'm always the one who picks out, do this because of that, do that because of this, do this and that because of this and that. Players that are in the game right now have killed enough of these that everybody should know exactly when something's being cast, what they're supposed to do. And nobody's doing it 10 months into this game. Please learn what the mobs do. There's 8 different spiders in this region, and they all do 1 to 3 different things. And you have to, like, the Widower. The Widower is a rogue. The Widower has a skill called Ambush. Ambush will destroy a healer or a mage if the spider targets that without being pulled off. And with Ambush, the moment the mob casts Ambush and it moves, if I'm the target, I'm facing west right now, right? Oh, they mentioned my name. Anyways. Point is, if any scout mob in the game uses ambush, and they all do, but if any scout mob uses ambush, even if you don't know if you're the target, if you watch the ambush cast bar down here, just before it gets full, turn your character 180. If the mob ports behind you and you turn around to face him, they won't execute you. But if you stay like this and you don't move fast enough and the mob winds up behind you, it will execute you and kill you. So watch for the ambush, turn your character, no harm, no foul. That's just one mob. I could tell you all of them. I know all the creatures in this game and what they do. Like, it's not complicated. But nobody pays attention. I feel like I'm always the only person that pays attention. What is happening? Is the group done? I guess the group's done. I don't want to die. Get out. I gotta you know, players will be players. My level 50 best in slot killed everything in the game tune has 6 plat to his name, and 5 of it came from killing Karagos. And that's it. In the 9 months early access has been out. I've had 1 plat, 74 gold for 7 months, and then I go and kill Karagos and get 5 plat. And that's all Krushnek has. I don't give 2 shits about loot and stuff. I kill stuff, put stuff on, kill stronger stuff, put stuff on. That's me. I don't care. Right. Hand-me-downs, yeah. Alright, have a good night, man. Yeah, thanks for hanging. I'm on... Alright, Carrie, take care. I'm on lockout. I'm trying to get Krushnek first in there. I'm on lockout. What is happening? Hey, oh, dude, good. You just missed me whining. Fantastic. What's going on? How you guys doing? Hope you guys are well. Welcome to the stream. I believe you were in Black Rose Keep earlier, Primus. How was that going? You guys are, what, low 30s now, I think? I think I saw you up top. You're fighting wards? Almost 34. Right on. I'm hoping, man. I'm hoping we're getting there. We have a couple of our regular people that are a little too low right now. We're trying to get them caught up as quickly as possible so we can actually break into Upper Fort. I don't want to take them in early because I don't want them to die foolishly and lose the XP. Is it too late to start this game? No, Nix. So this game is still in, as I'm sure Primus may have said at one point, this game is still in development. There is no starting in this game until next year. This is all testing. So from now until launch, it's never too late to start playing the game. If you have enough time between now and next year that you want to put in time to learn how the game is going to be when it goes into its 1.0, now's the perfect time to jump in. Next month will be the perfect time to jump in. 3 months from now will be the perfect time to jump in. Does this give EQ2 WoW vibe? Yes. EQ, EQ2, WoW, and Vanguard. This has all the nostalgia. Oh, hang on a second. 10, 8. Yes, I do. Grindy? It can be, yes. And it's designed that way. When I say grindy, I don't mean you have to jump in, get a group, and kill 12 million creatures. What I mean is, in order to get far in the game, you have to spend time to crawl and explore the continent. That's where the grind comes in. But there's a lot to do. Don't listen to the naysayers and people who whine and complain about not enough content or this class is broken. I was telling my stream earlier that I was listening to the first hour or so of Joppa's stream today when I was at work. And I tuned in on one of my breaks. Thanks, man. That's appreciated. So I tuned into the chat on one of my breaks, and I saw some people... Where am I going? It's the wrong building. I saw some people complaining about certain classes needing work. Some people were saying the Paladin needed work. Some people were saying the Monk needed work. Some people were saying the Necromancer needed work. None of these classes need work. I have grouped with hundreds of people in the last 10 months. I don't stick to a static. I've grouped with hundreds of people. I've grouped with every class in the game. I've killed everything in the game multiple times. The classes are fine. They're phenomenal. They all work the way they're supposed to. But too many people want every single class to be top of the parse, top of utility, top of CC, top of tanking, top of healing. Grow up. That's not how it works. There's a reason they have 12 different classes that are all unique. Like, oh my goodness. It's frustrating to someone like me because I've grouped with everybody. I've grouped with all the classes. I've killed everything from 1 to 50. Or 40. Well, no, 50. Till Dangerous, I think, is 50. Anyways, I've killed everything with every class. The game is fine. Everybody is fantastic up to level 40. If you're sitting there right now and you say, well, my Necromancer's garbage, learn your class. I don't mean to sound mean. I'm Canadian. It's not in my nature. But I'm telling you, the classes do everything they're supposed to do perfectly. So enchanters, stop complaining about charm. Yes, you're going to get it, but you don't need it. PvP? There is PvP, but not on this server. It's on a different server. It's silly to expect fine-tuning and balance before... Right, yes, that's exactly it, Primus. Not that my opinion is worth anything except to me and whoever wants to listen, but I believe, except for the Summoner, the Enchanter, and the Wizard, which I believe are being worked on right now, all the classes should be left alone, and they should work on the content. That should be the focus. They should hopefully, again, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what the chain of command is for their development cycle, but they should get Badia Dakara in. They should put in whatever half dozen other areas they want to put in, like dungeons or whatnot, and then worry about any tuning to the classes or looking at 40 to 50 or what have you. But the classes in game right now up to level 40 are perfectly fine. They're fun. I hang out with a bunch of different people. Nobody's sour. Nobody's complaining about their class or anybody else's class. And only 1 or 2 people are trying to play know-it-all. That's it. The classes are fine. Don't listen to anybody that tells you classes are broken. They're not. They work fine. Lurking, have fun, be safe, don't die. Well, you can't say that, man. This is Pantheon. I have a saying here. If you're not comfortable with dying in this game, you should stop playing this game. That's the truth. What was I doing here? Oh, inventory. Oh, you guys aren't going to want to watch this. How do I get a raid when I'm... Okay. All Not that you guys knew. Hang on a second, guys. I gotta sort my inventory. Talk amongst yourselves. What bag is this? The bag's already empty. Oh, I'm gonna mess up everything. No, I'm not doing that now. We're doing that. We'll do that later. Hang on. Let me put these in the bank so I don't have to worry about them at the moment. I have to log over to Krushnek for a minute because I have to look at his bank. So you guys will have to bear with me. What's everybody's favorite class? Or if you have a favorite class, what is it? Or if you have a favorite multiple classes, what are they? My favorite class is the Warrior. I'm on my 7th. I've been playing this game for a very long time. No box, no box, no box, no box. Okay. Let's go over to Krushnek for a minute. Probably gonna get the lockout again. Oh, nice. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Inventory, inventory. My inventory, I know, chat. It's horrendous, I know. I wish these were more reliable. Might have to put them on the Rogue, maybe? Might have to put them on the Rogue. Did I play EQ2? I did. I played it for the better part of a decade. I was a Worldwide Raid Guardian. A lot of fun in EQ2. It's still my all-time favorite game for raiding and group dungeons, and that's over 30 years of playing everything. I've played WoW, Final Fantasy, DAOC, Lineage, Terra, Star Wars Galaxies, Arcade, Elder Scrolls, Black Desert Online, whatever, blah, 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 blah. EQ2 still hits the top for me for raiding and group dungeons under SOE. I can't speak on Daybreak or Darkpaw because I didn't really get into the raiding when the game moved to those companies, but under SOE, hands down, the SOE raid team, chef's kiss, top of the line. The fact that they swore that they would never dumb down raiding, they stuck to it the whole time. I bet some of us from Primus' stream wonder if you multi-box. I do not, Hales. There's no way. I put too much focus on tanking. I haven't multi-boxed in anything I've ever played. I tried back in the EQ days when, well, I don't think... How can I word this? When we used to put value to our game time and share that value or game time with other individuals, I couldn't even multi-box then either. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't have the Bard Dragon behind me. I couldn't have the Shaman Dragon behind me. I can't do it. I had my focus is tanking. Agreed, I was a little young for EQ2, so WoW did a bit more for me. WoW did a bit more for everybody. Like, Blizzard designed World of Warcraft so everybody could play. EverQuest and EverQuest 2 were not for everybody. They never were. Even today, I don't think they are. They tried to make EverQuest 2 more like World of Warcraft, where players could jump in now, roll a character, do a whole lot of content, keep themselves busy for months, and log out at any time and feel rewarded. The problem is, during COVID, I revisited EQ2, on my swashbuckler tune. Now, for those who know, swashbucklers aren't tanks. Swashbucklers aren't soloers. We work best in a group or a raid. I went through 4 expansions with my heroic mercenary, and I didn't need to talk to a single person. It was the weirdest experience because EQ2 for the first 10 years or first 9 years anyhow, it was difficult. It was technical. You needed to make friends. It was like Pantheon. You needed to make friends to do stuff. Yeah, we're going to keep my slightly negative opinions about stuff in Pantheon to myself because every time I do, it sparks a bunch of nonsense that I don't have time to listen to. But I need this game when it comes out to be challenging. I need it to be a challenge. I need my head to be on a swivel. That's what I'm looking for. Unfortunately, more and more, it seems like they're doing things that are going to circumvent that. So I guess I'll have to wait till launch. But, you know, I heard today that mounts are supposed to move faster than Spirit of the Wolf. I don't know how I feel about that. Well, no, I do know how I feel about that. I don't like it because it automatically puts the player faster than the environment. Unless they plan on speeding up all the enemies in the game, mounts are going to destroy what danger the environment's supposed to mean, regardless of who you are. The other night, I ran from Demeth in AVP through Southern Plains, into Eastern Plains, all the way to King's Watch, and I think it took 17 minutes, a little over 17 minutes. That's not a long time, going 3 zones. We don't need... I know we're getting mounts, and I know most of you are probably excited for mounts. I'm not. We don't need mounts. The world's not big enough for mounts. If they turn around a month from now and say that they're making all the zones 3 times their size, then I would say a mount is justified. But I've been able to run everywheres. I can go anywheres on the continent that I need to be within 20 minutes. We don't need mounts. We don't. We just don't. We're going to get them, but we don't need them. People don't like my opinion for that, which is funny because most of the people that I hang out with in this game, they all think like I do. None of us want the mounts. But for some reason, a whole lot more people do, so I guess that's why we're getting them. But that's just my 2 cents. I mean, if they brought mounts in and we treated them like pack mules, like if they came with extra storage for whatever reason, that's cool. But mounts being faster than Spirit of the Wolf? I can run past everything in the game with Spirit of the Wolf on Krushnek and not get aggro or rooted or jumped or ganged up on or whatever. I've been doing it for months, so I don't know. I liked running through AVP at night, not paying attention to the spiders, getting aggro, being rooted, being jumped on, have them calling their friends, and everybody kills me, and then I gotta try and find my corpse at 2 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the forest while not getting jumped again by spiders. You guys might not like that. I live for it, because the fact that the world is dangerous, I have to play better. But a lot of people don't want that. They want to play with convenience. Anyways, whatever. That's that. What was I looking for? I forget. Oh, I think alchemy. We still need Glimwort, right? Yeah, we still need Glimwort. Well, I can't get that without a group. Okay, we'll have to make a plan to get Glimwort at some point. I got everything else. I got plenty of essences. Well, I won't say plenty. Dark Ichor, we need some more. What's this? I don't have falcon feathers. I only have 6 bright cap. Yeah, I mean, you can have those. You'll need 7. I mean, they're just inside Halnirs. You just go in Halnirs and you can harvest them, but I'll give you the 6 that I have. Tassimore? I don't think I have any Tassimore. I have 1. You're right next to me? Where are you? Oh, right there. No worries, man. No worries. Okay, so we have the ash forged iron, but the recipes aren't in yet. I'm guessing they're going to come in. Well, are we going to get them? They haven't said anything about the tier 4 crafting, have they? I wonder if they're waiting for BRK Part 2 to come in because that's the higher level content. I wonder. Yes, sir. What's going on? That's a good question. I mean, I'm a master alchemist. What do you... Is that jewel crafting or is that alchemy? I do not know. I don't think you can do the highest. I mean, the tier 4. I do believe you're stuck at tier 3. So, whatever gem that would be. I'm guessing it's weird because they implemented tier 4 items in Enclave and Smoldering Trenches, but they have the tagline that the recipes will be available at a later date. I thought the later date might be when they bring in Part 2 to Black Rose Keep because that's the higher level content, and I can't think of any other higher level content that's supposed to come into the game, at least for the time being. But I guess it all depends on how Neff is doing with the whole crafting thing and how that's going. But that could be dangerous as well because they're going to have to reevaluate, I mean, all the recipes again. Like crafting gear, for example, armor smithing, warriors still aren't getting any chain or plate with agility on it. It's very difficult to get that without getting the farmable resources at level 25 or what have you. I mean, yeah, you got to go 25 levels with no agility? It's still not right. At least for the warrior, it's still not right. Right, yeah, unless you fill with jewelry like I do. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's good, that's good. That's got a 35. I should probably go to the necromancer. You could try, well, you'd want to see what your stats are. I know wisdom is for your heals, but for the rest of your abilities, have you already checked to see, including the techniques, to see if they're agility based? Yeah, you'll definitely want to do that. And then find out whatever stat that is, and yes, fill it with jewelry for the time being, because I don't think they're going to get to gear changes anytime soon. Between the wild bloods, the mounts, the rest of the continent being put in, it's probably going to be a while before we hear anything about gear. Yeah, so with the warrior change, swapping the warrior to agility for their skills, the reason why they did it is they have a plan. So, as it stood before that change took place, most classes only had to focus on 2 stats. So, for example, for intelligence casters, it would be intellect and then probably constitution for resists or what have you. They wanted to have it so that their initial plan was that players were going to have to keep multiple pieces or multiple sets of gear for different scenarios that you were going to have to collect. In order to do that, they had to increase the spread as to what stats people needed. So now all of a sudden, instead of intelligence casters needing just intelligence and con, now they need intelligence for this, dexterity for this, stamina for this, etc. When they went and changed the warrior, they took all of our abilities off of strength because all we needed really was strength and stamina. Now we need strength, stamina, dex, and agility. So the top 4 stats we need, period. That makes it really difficult right now with the amount of gear that's in game, so we can't get solid numbers. I mean, Krushnek's pretty good right now, not buffed. My strength is 33, my stamina is 37, my constitution is 32, my agility needs work because it's 24, but my dexterity is 30. So I'm pretty much where I need to be for the end game minus buffs. I just don't like how low the agility is. I feel like the agility needs to be higher because those are our abilities and our techniques. I wanted to fill in with gear that had agility, but right now it's only the shoulders. And they used to have 7 agility and now they have 3. So I don't know why they really knocked down the agility stat. And maybe they meant to do it that way, but my concern is you still have the Paladin and Dire Lord outperforming. Now the Warrior can hold his own. I mean, as you know, I've tanked everything in the game. But we're crippled right now with agility. And the problem is if I go into BRK with my agility gear, anything that uses poison, I'm going to get melted or I'm going to make it really hard for the healers. If I gear with poison resist, I make it really easy for the healers, but all of a sudden I do a fraction of the performance I should, even though I have arguably the best gear on. So that's still a work in progress, and I'm not here nor there about it. I'm sure they'll get to it at some point. But for right now, whatever you're lacking for a stat, try and make it up with agility, but don't sacrifice resistance if you go into a zone where you need it. The worst thing is a know-it-all that goes in with no resistance, having resistance, and makes it a big headache for the healer, the tank, the run, the whole situation. But there's still know-it-alls out there who will jump in with no resistance and say, ha ha, I'm mightier than thou, and everybody's got their stuff together. That's not how this game works. Sorry, chat, I get a lot of questions. So I try to answer as many as I can, as best as I can. Right, and what you could do, so so for the warrior and for the paladin, you'll use more skills more or certain skills more than others. So for example, you'll always use Aegis. Aegis is the way you generate your threat. So you'll always use Aegis. I don't think Aegis is on a stat, but if it is, I'd make that a priority as far as holding aggro. Then when you talk about your heals, that's wisdom. Now, with that, do you really need to have your heals? Who do you run with? Do you run with mostly pickup groups? Do you have a static healer? All those calculations come in as well, because if you have a static healer that you trust and you're confident with, you don't need to have a lot of wisdom for your heals. You can just have low-level heals for utility and have your regular healers take care of it. The only real need to shine with your heals is if you're grouping with pickup healers who you're not comfortable with. And let's say you do that. You get into a group, you've got a healer you don't know, you don't recognize, what have you. You start crawling a dungeon. You start going 100% focus on your heals to make sure everybody stays up. But you notice, by looking over at your group window as you're crawling, that everybody seems to be staying at almost max health during all the situations and so on. So maybe you can taper off on your heals. So then all of a sudden you stop using your wrath for your heals and you start putting wrath towards other abilities. And then you realize, oh, well, okay, the healers are still healing pretty easy, whatever. And then in your head, you're like, okay, I got it. I don't need to use my heals in this group unless crap hits the fan. And that's what I've had to do for the last 10 months, where I've grouped with hundreds of people. Every time I get in a group with people I don't know, I watch how everybody else performs, and then I base my performance off of that. Do I lean heavy into the shield use and the defense? Do I try and do as much dotting or debuffing or damage? Do I use my DPS banner? Do I use my taunt banner? I make all those calculations every time I'm in a group. That's just me. Do I expect everybody to do it? Maybe not every second like I do, but I would appreciate people paying attention to what they're doing so that they know how to play themselves or how to manage themselves. But if we go into BRK and we go down into the chasm and we pull a walker and all of a sudden Vol gets 85% of his health eaten from him, I automatically know he's not built for resist. I know he's getting hit with almost full damage, so that tells me he doesn't have resist gear. But then maybe I say that and he says, oh no, I got some resist gear. And I'm thinking, well, why isn't it on? These are just examples. But all that stuff I pay attention to because you want your run to be as smooth as possible. And unfortunately, as much as you want to believe that everybody brings their A game, that is very rarely the case, as I'm sure you already know. So I just ask players to make a lot of calculations when they're in a group and judge their performance based on how everybody else in the group is doing. If you have to pick up the slack a bit more, do so. If you're already doing 150% and it's still not working, deal with the struggle, or maybe, I guess, find a different group. But in the tanking position, I always watch what the healers do, and I watch what the DPS do. I watch where you move, I watch where you're standing, I watch what skills you're using, I watch what debuffs come up on the mob, and then I base my performance based on what you guys have done. Or I speak up and say, hey, could we not do this and do this instead? And that's it. It's I just wish people put more effort into playing, not just their character, but playing. Yeah, 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 for sure. No, no, I haven't kicked you out yet. Keyword is yet. You slack, man. I'll give you a 5% window. You go 6%, you're out. I'm just teasing, of course. We all have fun. We all just want to have fun. I just want this game to be as perfect as it can be when it launches. That's all. You know, I'm not getting paid to do this. This is my own time, my own dedication. I need this game to come out. I want this to be the next game that I jump into, but I want to make sure it's the social MMORPG with a challenge that I signed on to a decade ago. That's all. That's just the selfish part of me. Yeah, so they've been the first Kickstarter for this game, I believe, was 2014. So I backed it back in 2014, but unfortunately it failed. Then a little while later, they started it up again. I backed it again day one, and it succeeded. So they've been working on it for a very long time. But with Brad's passing, a lot of doors closed as far as the game's advancement, so they had to make changes. So they had to cut their staff, everything got smaller. The content that we have in the game right now, as far as I know, I've seen content 6 years ago or 7 years ago that is not in the game at the moment, which tells me they have more content. It's either not on this continent, not supposed to be on this continent, or not important at this time. But there is more content that will more than likely get converted over to Unity and wind up in the game. But I believe it's going to be when they get another continent or two put in, I think. But I'm just guessing. But I've been following this game for a very long time. If you go online, and this goes for you guys in chat as well, if you look up, I think it's the history of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. If you do that, you might get it could be a 30-minute video or a 40-minute video, and the YouTuber will show you what the game looked like before Unity. And you'll see some stuff and you'll be like, what's that? I don't recognize that. And then you'll think to yourself, well, what would that look like in the Unity engine? And then you'll go, huh, I haven't seen that. Well, that's content that hasn't been converted over yet. So they definitely have more content that it's just not a priority and they don't care to tell us about it. So I should say, for those of you who are new to the channel, I apologize that you can't hear the other side of the conversations that I have. I've tried to get people on the stream, but unfortunately a lot of people don't want to be on the stream, so I have to leave it to the one-sided. So I try to give as much input as I've gotten from them to you guys, but you guys will never hear the full conversation live just because that's just the way people are. I can't force people. So at some point down the road, maybe when the game launches, I hope to have a group that's comfortable being on stream, but as of right now it's not possible. Which is too bad, because we're a pretty silly group. We're a pretty silly bunch. Well, and that's just so. that goes back to, so I was telling a story earlier on stream about the history of the population of the game since December, right? With the big fall off that happened 3 or 4 months ago. As far as wipes go or any sort of resets or problems with the game that may cause us to start over, again, with the 1,000 or so people that were testing the game before early access, the 13,000 that picked up the game during early access, the 12,000 people that stopped playing because of early access, they really shouldn't be here. They should probably be waiting until the game actually launches, because if you're not comfortable with your character being wiped tomorrow, you probably shouldn't be in here. Like I've had to do 7 Krushneks. I've been part of multiple. I've had to start over multiple times. I'm okay with it because I want this game to come out in as best an idea of what I'm looking for as possible. If that changes to something completely different 6 months from now, well, then I'll have to reevaluate it. But myself personally, I really like where the game is right now. Where it's going, we'll have to wait and see. But I don't like that some of the stuff has been. I know dumbed down is probably the ignorant way of saying it, so I'll say tuned down. I don't like how some stuff is tuned down when it really shouldn't be. It was initially there to smarten people up. You couldn't go AFK. You couldn't look away and watch your favorite TV show. You couldn't do whatever. Like, you had to pay attention or you were dead. But unfortunately, we're in a time where a whole lot of people don't want to do that. They want to be able to turn their head and they want to be able to talk to somebody else. So, what can you do? Oops. Well, speaking of finding other places, think about this for a second. Let's talk about maps. So we have a lot of players who want a map. We have a lot of players who want a map with points of interest. We have a lot of players who want a map that show them where to go. Now, we also have a number of players who just want a generic overland map. Here's the problem with that. You have an overland map that you're looking down on that has no points of interest. Maybe it shows mountains, maybe it shows volcanoes, maybe it shows fields and plains, who knows. This game is built as much vertically as it is horizontally. Think about this. This is ignorance. There are so many players that talk about wanting an overland map. You can't have an overland map when you're talking 3D verticality. No other game has built vertical as much as Pantheon has. EQ2 tried to do it, but their map didn't need you to understand the verticality. They used feathers and waypoints and markers and all the stuff and whatnot. Pantheon doesn't have that. So even if you have an overland map in the game, and this is what a lot of people aren't realizing, you're not going to see the goblin camp on the third cliff over, the griffins over in the valley up. All you're going to see is what you would see if you were on the ground looking northeast, west, south. You're not going to see anything above you. This game is built, there is so much vertical. There's a reason the climbing skill is in this game. And a lot of people don't realize that there are so many camps and so many cool things to see if you explore. There are a lot of different areas where if you master how to climb, how to grab on the rock, how to look for footholds, all of it, you will find some of the craziest stuff ever. And I've shown a bunch of it off on my videos, but it's unfortunate because players in their mind want an overland map, and that's not going to help them. That might help them get from Avelia to Demeth, but it's not going to help them get to the Griffin camp. It's not going to help them get to the ghost goblins that nobody seems to know where they are, and that they're in Thronefast, and that they're roughly level 30. But people would go, wait a minute, there's level 30 content in Thronefast? Yes, there is. There's level 40 content. Technically, there's level 45 content that can get you to 50. But if you don't go looking for it, you'll never see it. And people don't understand that. And I've been playing early access for 10 months. I can go almost everywhere in the continent. And I only play for 3 or 4 hours a day. I don't play 8, 10, 12 hours a day. I'm not constantly moving, but I can move anywhere I need to go. I don't need a map. And I don't have a photogenic memory before anybody starts getting funny with quips and so on. If you take the time to play the game, you'll know where to go. You don't need a map. It's just not. I mean, And that's just it. You get familiar with landmarks. I can see a ramp, I can see a rock, I can see a tree, I can even see the creature that I'm walking into and go, "Oh, if I'm here, I need to go over there for this." Like it just happens. If you explore the game and you don't get in the mentality of jumping in, getting your friends in a group, going to one location, spending 2 weeks there, leaving there, going to another location, spend 2 weeks there, if you don't do that and you go around and do everything in the game, there's so much to see. And a map is not going to help you. Unless you're able to turn it and twist it and manipulate it so that you can see the verticality. And they're not going to do that. Right, even the goblin caves are multi-tiered. Yeah, that's exactly, and that's like people are just too quick to jump to the map. Why is there no map? Why is there no map? Because no game out there has been like WoW isn't like this, EQ isn't like this, Final Fantasy isn't like this, ESO, Guild Wars 2, BDO. None of these games are built as vertical. Like Pantheon took a chance, wanted to be unique, and built half the game vertically. I just play it. The simplest way I can sum it up, it's the iceberg effect. People are looking at this game and seeing 10%. They're not looking for the other 90. That's really what it comes. That's the simplest explanation. They see the 10, they're not looking for the 90, and it's unfortunate because there's a lot in this game. I mean, the only zone I don't have down right now is Eastern Plains, and that's just because I can never find Night's Watch when I need it. King's Watch, I mean. King's Watch. Night's Watch is the continent. What about you guys in chat? Is there any specific location you guys can always never find? I always look for the 2 hills in front of King's Watch, and I never find them. I'll find wolves and then turn around and find more wolves, and then run a mile in another direction and find more wolves, and then I'll wind up back at the first set of wolves and not realize I'm at the first set of wolves, and I'll always miss the 2 mounds with the broken cart and the goats. When you get to the 2 goats, you know you're getting close, and I can never find the 2 goats. Straight west of the lake to get to King's Watch. Well, there you go. I can find the lake. Thank you for that switch. I will actually write that down right now. West of the lake. There, see? Perfect. And I didn't have to look at a map. Yeah, people just want crutches, you know? Like, people want, and I get it. Maybe a lot of players aren't to the point where they want to put that much effort behind playing a game, but that's not how this game is being developed. This game is being developed that you have to put the work in. You have to put the work in to get something out of it. You can't just jump in and expect hand-holding, and I'm sorry, but mounts and a map are hand-holding. And I don't care how hard set VR is on getting mounts in the game. I understand they're excited about it and so on. I'll have to wait until the mounts come in to see, but they're a crutch. They were a crutch in EQ, they were a crutch in EQ2, they're a crutch. Regardless of who likes them, who hates them, whatever. Sorry, chat. You guys are probably disappointed that I'm not running a dungeon or killing stuff, and I've been standing at the bank for the last half hour. It happens. It's late at night. The server population goes down this late at night. I wanted to make sure Krushnek's alchemy was in order. I'm hoping I can get some Glimwort at some point so that we can start knocking out tier 3 tempers. I've got a couple of them, but we need a lot more. But all I'm missing are the Glimwort. The problem is the Glimwort are in the bottom of Halnirs, so you need a group. Even at 50, you need a group. So, at some point, we'll get a group together to go down, because other people will want the tier 3 armor as well. I think. I really hope they... It's going to be a massive undertaking with the amount of recipes in the game, but I really hope they reevaluate the crafting for the stat changes that they've made. If they're expecting people to focus on 4 stats as opposed to 2 stats, we should have crafted armor that reflects that. Whether it's you have to have shoulders and gloves in order to get agility, dex, and con, or whether you need legs and chest to get strength, stamina, and wisdom, who knows. But yeah, the recipes unfortunately don't fit their multi-stat endeavor, right? I can't go craft tier 3 armor to get a decent 4 stats that I need. Strength, stamina, strength, con, dexterity, and agility. Stamina, not so much. Stamina, I think, is my highest stat. Yeah, stamina is my highest. Oh, somebody buffed me. So yeah, so even buffed, like stamina is my highest stat, but agility is still 24. All my stats went up like 10 points, but agility remains at 24. That's not right. Now, mind you, I have poison resist. Oh no, fire resist. Oh right, this guy was in Enclave. I thought I was on Cruciferous. I'm not on Cruciferous. I refuse to bring this guy to Black Rose Keep because he's out-leveled it. I don't want to be a level 50 in Black Rose Keep. I want to keep with the content, so that's why we have Cruciferous leveling, what is he now, 31, I think? I plan on going through all of Black Rose Keep with Cruciferous because I want the viewers to see what a legit playthrough is. The same thing Primus is doing. Like, Primus was in today. I think his group was somewhere in the low 30s, and they were fighting the wards and the clerics or what have you, which I believe are low to mid 30s, so that's awesome, as opposed to being a group of 50s going in and steamrolling stuff. That's just not for me. I don't have any interest in doing that anymore. Once I killed Del Taco, I was good. Or Tel Daedrus, I was good. By the way, tell me if this... Okay, so we go into the Enclave. The Enclave has this whole story about Tel Daedrus, how she corrupted the people in there, converted them, made them followers, etc., worshipped the ash, all that stuff. They put in the new gear, the newer gear at the time. So the breastplate and the shoulders, right? The Pauldrons of Pyre and Ruin and the Charred Guardian Cuirass. And as you can see, they have a theme. So you see the dragon slashes or what have you, the claw slashes, right? On the shoulder, the chest, and the back. And then you get to this gaudy looking helmet, which looks like it belongs on a paladin of some sort. This is the Helm of the Dragon Knight. Now, I would have thought the Helm of the Dragon Knight would coincide with the dragon clawed looking armor. But unfortunately, like, I don't know why they went with this graphic. Because even if you look at the graphic here, you'll see like the gold helmet, it's got the dragon wings on the front here, and it's got the nose guard, right? This is open guard, and it's whatever this chrome white with somewhat gold like, I don't know. I mean, then again, my breastplate's looking gray, and it's some kind of brown with dragon claws. I get it, but I just thought this would match this, you know? I would have thought they would have all been part of the same aesthetic. And the fact that we don't have a pair of legs that match the breastplate drives me nuts because I'm a Barbie. I'm a Barbie. Every time I log this guy in, I want to go to first person because I can't stand the fact that the best legs in the game are this graphic and I look like a two-tone car from 1977. I mean, technically tritone with the helmet, but anyhow. I just wish the helmet looked more like the chest and shoulders. I'm not asking for set armor, though that would be cool. I'm not asking for that. But if you're going to put the story about the Dragon Knight or whatnot, and you're going to call it the Helm of the Dragon Knight, and you're going to have this armor that I believe is themed for the Dragon Knight, I think the helmet should match. So I don't know exactly what they got going on with this, but... It's shiny so you stand out in a crowd, right? It's to annoy people, so when I go out on a sunny day, it just blinds everybody around me. A green vest. What do we have? Do we have any other breastplates? What do we have for breastplates? Leather tunic, that's not green. Is there any green armor? There's probably no green armor, right? I think Eridune has the only green armor. Yeah, I don't think there's any... Nope, I don't see any green armor. Yeah, see, even on the breastplate, there's no agility. Like, our agility is like it seems to be our most important stat for our skills. There's no agility on the boots. Yeah, agility is a work in progress. Oh, Imez is leveling their climbing. Alchemy. Hello, Puent. Puent, why does that name sound familiar? Is that from D&D? Puent? You don't talk to us, do you? I know you still don't say anything. We have all that. I need to keep track of my recipes. Yeah, I don't really do a whole lot with Krushnek anymore. At least for the time being. When I haven't quite made up my mind yet what I want to do when Black Rose Keep comes in with the part 2. If it's going to be higher level, like 45, like the Enclave, if Crushiferous isn't quite there yet, maybe we jump in on Krushnek to look at that stuff. It all depends. I'm really trying not to use him for content that would be lesser than what he should be doing. Mind you, I don't know what else is coming, right? They still plan on doing, I believe level 50 is still going to be their launch end level. So there's got to be more level 45 plus content coming in. And hopefully after we get the first continent, hopefully they have a second continent. I'm pretty sure they probably have some part of this of another continent or other continents at least worked on. They probably just haven't said anything about it. But I'm just guessing based off of what I've seen over the years. But again, I do recommend checking out that, whatever it's called. I think it's History of Pantheon. I think that's what it's called. I could be wrong, though. Oh, why's my alarm going off? Oh, it's 12:30. Okay, chat. Sorry, but I must go. I've got to crash. I have work in the morning. To those of you that came in, thanks for hanging out as always. I hope you guys enjoyed your time while you were here. I know we didn't get into much, but maybe check back tomorrow and we'll see what's going on. Regardless, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day. Hope you guys learned some stuff, or hope you guys enjoyed all the whatever I had to say this evening. I don't know what the game plan is going to be for tomorrow. We were on the Necromancer tonight. We'd really like to be on the Black Rose Keep crew. But we seem to be short a healer, so we'll have to see how tomorrow goes. We might be on the Necromancer, I might be on the Monk, we might be on the Warrior. I'm not sure. Anyhow, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.